And okay, we're starting. Okay, I do believe that is now live, and I'm going to drop the link for the new one, and you guys will be able to pop over there. New stream, JB. New stream at that address. So please go over to that address. We just restarted it, so go over there, and that will work for you. So we'll drop that a couple times there, so you don't have to worry about if you miss it once. You can hit it again. While that is doing its thing, it says I've got 6 minutes or 4 minutes to get the other one going here. Going to fix that up in my other one, VolcanoX and slide stream. It is set up as we go, and that's the way it works here. It's all live, so pretty cool. And let's see, we'll get rid of some of this and fix that. Okay. And about to pin that one as well. So that's over in the bunny stream. In case somebody gets lost, you can go over there and recapture the event and be able to get over. So, yep, I see we've got people piling in very quickly. That is awesome. So welcome everyone. Glad to have you all in here. And of course I'll give out cookies and stuff right away, but I got to do other things. So Sue first mod in, and Henry Nelson the first person in. I'll try to remember that for in the meantime. Shutting the other one down in a second. So if you haven't migrated over to the new stream yet, now is your opportunity. I'm ending this in 3, 2, 1 now. See you over in the new stream, you guys. Thanks. Okay, so that one has been shut off and dismissed. We'll see what happens. Hopefully everyone is going to make it on over. And we have our lovely volcano on the screen. And we'll let people get a chance to get back in here. I am going to go take a break, and then what we'll do is after the break, of course, we will have a look at the bacon seeds. I thought I was fast, but not. Number 23, Billy, that's still pretty good. You got here, and Silicone Avatar is also here, and welcome everyone. Glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And of course, you are watching VolcanoX live stream. I'm just looking to hand out a couple of cookies here. So Sue, since you were the first mod in, you get a stack. And Henry, of course, he gets a whole bunch of cookies since he was the first person in. And Siggy is on board. Welcome, Siggy. And we just restarted the stream, so we're going to spend a few more hours watching this wonderful thing. Yes, lava, I find what? It'll find a way down there eventually. Oh, you'll find a way down. And of course, Siggy is the guy who owns these wonderful broken volcanoes. Siggy, how are you? I hope you're doing well. And let's see, we better hand out. Yeah, I better set out cookies, and it doesn't look like anyone else is doing that, so I'm better. Lava cookies for everyone, and we'll make sure everyone gets some. It's always fun. Okay, and there you go. Set fresh lava cookies. Set out fresh lava cookies. I forgot to put the word out in there. Alright, that means you get more. Alright, it is time for me to do the break thing though. So I am going to go on a break, and I will be back. Hey, S. Roberts is here. Welcome, and good to see you. Anyway, I came just in time for my break. Eric Sackman also here. Vivian Honeydew, J. Cell, all you good people, and glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'm going to be taking a break here for a few minutes. And if you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. I know we just restarted the stream, so that number's got to grow a whole bunch. And if you haven't subscribed yet and you're sitting on the outside peeking in, do consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. And on that friendly note, I will be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Here's some music to go with your wonderful lava. I'll be back. Hello, we're back. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. You're watching VolcanoX live stream, and of course, on the screen, you're seeing the beautiful Rebbe event in the Kobe fissure. How about that? A Kobe fissure. There in the northern portions of Erupción, I guess is what we'll call that, out by Litty, if I said it right, hopefully. Thank you for the welcome backs there from all of you. And that is Sasha and Sue and Yvonne and Mars and JB and Jaisal and Kevin and Connie Tyree, welcome. And let's see, who else? I think I got everyone. Okay, anyway, I did want to say welcome to our wonderful moderators. There's Arizona Snowman, and of course Piggy is likely in the background. Piggy was supposed to go out today. I hope everything was okay. Thanks, Clear Shipment, for the welcome back. So I'm not sure where Piggy is. She may be resting. She may have had an eventful day. So if she is, let her rest, please. You know, if she's had some medication and stuff like that, it's best that we just let her get some sleep, and hope that she can get on the route to amend a little bit more. I hate seeing her having issues all the time. Anyway, so that is Arizona Snowman and Piggy, and we also have Siggy on board, as well as Yvonne Kunkel and Sue, and let's see, I haven't seen a C&D Boy yet, or Gary 24/7 Live, Visit Skies, and a few of the other ones like Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, Texas, and Mona Lisa Smiles. But welcome to all the moderators. I do appreciate having all of you here, and it is always awesome, and really do appreciate your wonderful input and fine hard work there. So thank you, moderators. Now, looking at what we've got here, well, I'm trying to take a bunch of snapshots of things as they progress. And you know, I'm pondering, we gotta start working on getting some t-shirts, or what they call merch, out there. T-shirts and cups and things like that. And I think we'll have to figure out something. I'm like trying to get that going, so that's something I do want to do here. And I think with this new stuff, yep, it looks like we're going to have some awesome photos. I've been taking lots as of late, and of course that can be a little bit tedious as well, trying to get those snapshots in while people aren't really looking, or you know, while they may be looking, but they never know when I'm actually clicking that. You hear that mouse click, or hamster I should say. It's sometimes just what I'm doing is taking those photos. So that is something. New lava surge. Yeah, we are seeing all kinds of lava surges there pouring out. And that cone, of course, is already rebuilding itself on the southeastern side, where the old lava falls was, going into that lava tube. And that is quite interesting to see how much it has rebuilt itself there, and very neat to be able to see that. And it will eventually fill up those other areas as well. Cool. Now I'll start getting my cut. Oh, you'll get your cut? Of a cut of what? Oh, Siggy, if we can put your name on there, endorsed by Siggy Ragnar, then we'll get you a cut, okay? But you have to come here and sign each one of the t-shirts and the cups and everything. Merch cut. Yeah, we'll see. Uh, we'll see how that works. Hang on. I thought I was going to send my mods all free t-shirts. How's that going to work? Siggy, I'm going to have to cut a chunk out of your t-shirt. I'll have to give you that cut later. I'm kidding. We'll see what happens. Siba also here. And Siggy, we're very happy to have you on board. And of course, for those people that are here and don't quite know or understand why Siggy Ragnar has that name, because that's his name. Siggy, of course, is one of the landowners or ancestors there of the original landowners, and the sale of stuff. Oh, the sale of stuff. And Siggy is a wonderful person. He's always trying to make money. His some of his little schemes there with the Pyro Hotel didn't quite work out. Just not enough interest, I guess. But we're going to keep working on things here. He's got to do it somehow. And we'll see if we can make him a rich man. Me along with it, that'd be really nice too, wouldn't it? Anyway, so yeah, awesome to see everyone here. I did say we were going to take a look at the bacon seeds. I see Anita is here as well. Welcome back, Anita. Long time no see. And glad you're joining in the lovely lava party. But it is bacon seed time, so we got to do that. And I hear a squirrel yelling out there. It sounds like a rattlesnake, but it is a squirrel. Anyway, let's do our thing. Yes, I'm always last, just punching out cash for tracks. And what now with one fatality? Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, that is not that great. But if you're talking about that fatality there, Siggy, on the land, it is unfortunate, and you know our deepest sympathies go out to that person's family. But you know, if it was underlying issues, something else that caused it, that's well beyond anyone's control. And it's hard to deal with that kind of situation. Hopefully, you know, the family of that individual understands that we do send our deepest condolences out, and hopefully, you know, we will, you know that more people in the future, please take heed. You know, if you have some condition that you can't make it, don't go, or find some other alternative method. And I know, you know, in some cases, a bicycle may be a better alternative to go down on the flat side and go way around and do it that way. It might be a little easier on your body, that kind of thing. Just saying. Anyway, let's get over to the bacon seeds as we watch that thing pop up a little bit more. And for those who are here, rent a donkey and ride there. Wow, now there's a wonderful idea. Wonky donkey. How much would you charge for riding or having somebody all the way over there? And that would be interesting. A donkey ride to a volcano. Rent a donkey wonky. A wonky donkey. Boy, that could be dangerous. Donkey trails. There were tourists that collapsed at the same time as the crater. It was just from the walk. Hopefully he went in the way he wanted. Okay, Siggy. And yeah, you know, it's really nothing that we can say bad about there. $1,200 for a wonky donkey ride from the parking lot to the to the volcano. So that is Icelandic wise, that's not that bad of a fee. Anyway, let's get over to the bacon seeds. If you remember correctly, this was the last one from yesterday that our wonderful Piggy sent, and she does such a nice job sending us a new bacon seeds. A bit steep, Sarah says. Okay, the donkey must have gold-plated saddle. And no, but he's got gold-plated hoofs. The horseshoes that he uses, they are gold. 2,400 for a ride back to the car. Oh yeah, well, the ride back, that's a different story. Anyway, Piggy, of course, did send us some new ones, so let's have a look and see what Piggy sent us today. There we go. Here's our first one, and I kind of like that guy. He looks nice. Got some interesting colors and looking right up at us. So a very inquisitive animal. Let's get to the next one. And here's a one that's kind of a shyish. Some nice picture quality, by the way, but I don't know. At least he's smiling. That is a good sign. There's an orange spot on this one. I don't know. A shy guy. Yeah, but he's got a smile on his face. It doesn't look like he's suffering or anything, so that is always good. Let's get to the next one. And yep, this is our definition of a bacon seed. A very, very young little guy, and he's out for a stroll already. He's got to be less than a day old, and he's already wandering around. Pinkie Pie, yep, with a little bit of gray on top. He's getting old fast. He won't be suffering until he grows up for us all. Okay, yeah, I think they'll be okay. Let's get to the next one. And here's one that's a little bit more mature. He or she, it looks like it's friendly and in a cage. They need bigger cages and more places to run. But at least it's a clean looking pig, so that is pretty awesome. Next one on our list. Whoop, I did that wrong. There we go. Turn that one off. Okay. Yeah, now there's a little smirk. And that is cute. They're making me hungry. Okay, that is awesome. Let's continue on here. Handsome fella. Yeah, he is indeed cute little guy. A one-hander, so you know that's a mini pig. Here's another little guy, and I think he needs to grow some more hair. Kind of reminds me of Tom. I'm kidding. Tom, I hope you're there and enjoying your time and feeling better out there in Rome. Tom is in Rome, by the way, for those guys who didn't get that. And let's get to the next ones. And I think we might have seen that little cutie before, but that's okay. Piggy in a basket, smiling, and looks like he's about to meander out of there. He's checking out the digs, and pretty cool. And next one is this one, and another fine looking picture. Yeah, I don't know. It's not quite an elf. He's got nice white on his nose, or up on the forehead, and that looks pretty good. And a cow? Nah, that's not a cow. That's got to be a pig. I gotta love it. Nice colors though, like that. Here's our next one, and that one's looking right at you, I think, and that one's getting ready to snout bop, and it definitely looks like it might have a little bit of an attitude. So pretty nice. And we got one last bacon seed for today. And yep, there's that squirrel. He's demanding cookies. And here's our last bacon seed for today, ladies and gentlemen. And that is a one-hander, but somebody else is giving it a chin rub while they're taking the picture. So a very cute little young bacon seed. Must be a piggy's brother. Linda, that's awesome. Anyway, that looks pretty cute, and you gotta love it when you see those little guys. And that is definitely a bacon seed, as little as you can get. So on that friendly note, let's go back to our volcano and see what the heck is going on. One Fish 26 just popped in the door. Welcome, One Fish. We want to see an overview first. We are seeing lava pushing off way over on the left-hand side. Now, just to remind everyone, that area up there is a little bit more, I got a little bit more height than this area down here. But if this doesn't move quickly enough, this will build up in height, and that could eventually overflow and get out to the west and the north. But for right now, I do believe the most of the flow will end up eventually traversing back. I did see it earlier here. It did make its way back to the lava river, and hopefully that will continue to process and progress that way. Yvonne Kunkel, a question for you, Yvonne. How far has the lava gotten? Has it gotten out of Meridalia yet? Or is it still pushing into Meridalia? I'm just curious. And that is kind of something I haven't been able to observe. So that is a question for you, Yvonne, since you're out there. What? 2-minute warning, thanks, Kevin. Linda says, Dr. Fox, the other roof cam shows the flow behind the cone to the northeast. The flow to the cone behind the northeast. Let's see if we go to this one, and let's see if we can find that. This is one of the other roof cameras. Is that the other roof camera, or is there a third one now? That is what I'm wondering. I do believe there was only the two. We do see some lava going there, but no, still pushing, has quite a way to go. Thank you, Yvonne. Appreciate that. And just going around real quick, there again is that lavally shot of all the lava moving from the vent over here all the way over to Meridalia over on that end. It is cropped a little bit, so we're not quite seeing it because it is a panoramic picture, very, very wide. Next one, of course, is not showing a heck of a lot of anything. Where the heck is this? Oh, that is up on the ridge. No wonder I can't see anything. All right, let's leave that one be. We'll go back to this one. This one, of course, is the one that we're seeing from the east looking to the west kind of thing. And that is, we can see that lava lake a little out of focus. One of the things, just to remind people, when we're looking across a hot lava bed, things are not going to be very sharp. Because you have distortions in the air, of course, with the heat rising. So things are going to be a little out of focus. Plus smoke and cameras and things, they don't always work. We did see that one. I'm just trying to get back through here to see. We are still seeing a fog moving in. And there's the other shot showing more of that fog. So let's get it back on this one. What's this view here? Oh, that one's stuck. Somebody has stuck that view. how come, oh, they're almost the same. They must have the cameras almost right beside each other. That is pretty cool. What do we got on this one? That one or this one? Okay, we'll leave it on that one. Okay, and oh, Dr. Fox said a naughty word. What did I say? I didn't say a naughty word, did I? Pokes one fish with a stick. Yeah, I'd poke one fish with a stick. Oh, snow. Oh, boy. Don't say snow. Fog. Oh, fog. Fog is a naughty word. Arizona, poke him with a stick. He deserves a poke with a stick. Yeah, fog is, I know we don't want any fog, but it is one of the realities of what happens here. I'm trying to get myself, I got two same views open here. I want to change that other one. Why are we seeing two of those? And where is the other one? This is not on the right place. We'll see if we can get that fixed. Why are we seeing that guy there? Ha! Let's see. If we kill that, oh, that's that map. But that shouldn't be there. How'd that get in there? Alright, I'm confused now. I've got multiple views of the same thing. It's not good. Okay, well, let's not worry about it. It is break time, you guys, so I am going to go take a break. I got a doctor say snow. Wonky donkey. Okay, you need to get poked with a stick too. Somebody poke him with a stick. It's bad enough you're blowing up lava trucks. Now you're trying to make me say snow. I hope you froze when you landed in Iceland or Greenland. Anyway, Yvonne, which one is going? Is it Yvonne Kunkel? Yvonne Kunkel, yeah, you better get some sleep because tomorrow you'll be older. Much older. By the way, Yvonne Kunkel, happy birthday. Fröhlichen Geburtstag. There you go. And hopefully you'll have a very pleasant sleep. And yes, we will celebrate Yvonne's birthday tomorrow. I promise. On that note, I'm going to go take a break, you guys. I'll leave you here. And I will get that music playing. And you're most welcome, Yvonne. And now get some sleep. You're going to have a big date tomorrow. Lots of hot dogs. And lava cake. Yeah, you need some of that. I don't know if we have that working. Anyway, we'll do our thing. Don't go away. Hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. I see we got 93 people in, 82 likes. Let's see if we can get a few more likes in there. And of course, for those who have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing if you haven't done so already. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And you are watching VolcanoX live stream. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. And keep smiling. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. And thank you for the welcome back. So from Mars 2028 and Sue Hayes and Roxy and Wonky Donkey saying Doc's back. And Cleo's mum, Betsy, saying, yes, a wonky donkey. Why didn't it stay filled when it solidified? It was solidified, but not very well. And welcome, thanks, JB and Kevin and Michael Olson. And I think I got everyone in there. Doc asking about lava tubes. I don't know. Lava tubes are kind of a unique thing, the way they do form, and I think it's kind of neat. Yona is here. Welcome, Yona. You hit the like button. That is awesome, Yona. Thank you. Yeah, lava tubes. I guess somebody was saying that there was another one, or that one that was empty or not flowing anymore. Somebody took a look at it with a drone or something, and I wouldn't mind seeing that. That would be pretty awesome. They could see right into it, and it was very large, is what they were saying. So looking at the size of some of those boulders that went through that one, it does definitely have to be sizable. DJ Puff waving at me. Thanks, and DJ, because it flowed too quickly. Flowed out too quickly. Flowed out quickly. Okay. Wow, that happens there, Mr. and DJ. Or a wonky donkey, I mean. Boy, I'm getting them in names mixed up. I'm tired. I had a long day. So it is one of those things. Anyway, beautiful looking at this volcano doing its thing here. And that lava field certainly is a huge change from what we were seeing yesterday. And I don't know about the guesstimates that they had about the lava getting to the road by our wonderful, what was it, August 17th, according to MBL. I don't believe that's going to happen anymore because I think last night kind of threw a loop, or a little bit of a bone into the soup, if you will, to really mess that up. And for those who did not watch that destruction of the cone, I am going to drop the link and actually pin it back in here, because I do want to have people going and having a look at that. And it is a pretty nice video. And if you haven't seen a full collapse like that before, well, it's not really a full collapse, but it is definitely a major collapse, or massive. Yeah, Sarah, that's about what we can call it. It is quite awesome to be able to see. And you know, when I was on and seen it live while it happened, I was kind of like, wow. Like, it really did pour out, and it did break right as we were watching it. And there's the link in the I'm gonna pin that, and there we go. Okay, it's pinned in the chat. It's also sitting there in the chat, so if you haven't actually gone and seen that, you may want to consider having a look at it. It is very interesting, and happened around 4 a.m. Iceland time, and wow, it was pretty wild. And in a way, I'm happy it happened at the time it did, because there was less people around, and I always feared that somebody's going to be, you know, foolish and get too close. You know, what if we would have had someone within that area? And you can see the area that is full of lava up in the top portion there by the cone. That is the area that was inundated with lava in a matter of seconds, not minutes, not hours, but in a matter of seconds. And it was very, very quick, and if somebody would have been there, I don't think they would have been able to outrun that lava at the rate and that thing was moving. So I'm very happy that no one was there. And the lava's starting to fly a bit higher. Yeah, I've noticed that too. We are seeing a little bit more action from it. If we I don't know the flow rate right now, unfortunately, and DJ. Here's a little bit closer up view, and you can see it is indeed going well above the crater height. So that is, back to building more and more crater walls as it tries to rebuild some of that area that kind of got munched out and broken out yesterday. So of course that's still going to be a fresh and weak point in our future. So it's going to take some time for that area to kind of patch itself up. And we know that it will. It's just a matter of time. So this thing will change directions again as far as output and flow, and likely will flow back to the south again, or southeast. Again, that's only a guess. If it patches up that wall on the western side, and of course the western side, for anyone who's watching, that is west is over here. So this is the western wall. This is our southeast area. This is east, and then of course north is behind and out of visibility here. So that is what we're seeing right there. And of course the flow was going down that river before through the lava tube and then continuing on, and that is no longer doing that. So that tube is sitting there empty and available for anyone who needs a new home. 2 days maybe, says Claire. That's I don't know. We'll see if this thing continues. Ooh, there's a big push. Some big lava waves coming out of there, and you see how high that is dancing, and that is some pretty heavy-duty output there. So it's a donkey hole. I hope he's not sneaking in there and drilling holes to suck more lava out. That guy is dangerous with that drill. I should have never given him one. The lava that flows underground in the lava tubes does turn into magma. So once it's back underground, it turns back into magma. Is that what you're saying there, Wonky Donkey? I thought it was once it's out, it's done. It continues to stay as lava. And that is interesting. Okay, I do not believe you. How do you know, Wonky Donkey? Have you been there? Huh? Once lava, always lava. Sarah, thank you. Yep, once it's got oxygen hitting it and the gas bubbles come out, it has changed its state. Wonky Donkey Lava Ramstein, a lava chamber. Okay, and that's a new song apparently. Anyway, we are looking at this. This is a gorgeous view. I'm clever donkey. Yeah, I'm a clever donkey. Wonky Donkey, but once I was told that once it reaches the surface and hits oxygen or hits the atmosphere, it's considered lava. And even if it pours back down into a lava pit, it's still lava. And then once it goes back down, I don't know what happens to it. What time to come back? What a time to come back to the stream. Oh yeah, Wonky Donkey complaining about lava and saying it's magma. Jeopardy champion donkey. Yeah, I don't know about that. We'll have to ask the experts when she wakes up. So we'll ask Yvonne tomorrow, and that'll be pretty good. And she'll say, "Why are you asking me silly questions like that? You know better." Underground, magma underground, lava above ground. Yeah. Yeah, but what he's saying, Sarah, is once it pours back down into a lava pit of some sort, or a lava tube, and goes back down and is underground, it's considered magma again. But if oxygen has already hit it, then what is wrong? You're both wrong. It's bacon. There you go, Shannon. Thank you for clarifying that. It is bacon. Maybe it's called a magmava, or a lava mag, lavagma. Oh boy, it's a lavagma. Okay, and these are new words on my list here, so I'm gonna have to try to work those out. Wonky donkey, you stirred up a real pot of lava here. Hot magma. Wonky eats the bacon. Yeah. Tongue twister. Well, I dare you to see. I have felt the yokel 5 times real fast. I have felt the yokel. Or if we say it a little quicker, I have felt the yokel. Oh boy, that is good. Okay, anyway, I'm glad to have everyone here and enjoying it. Maybe the lava goes back down into the magma chamber. Kilauea was actually erupting with the same lava multiple times by doing this for a while in 2022. And yes, Mars, I agree with that, that it was going back down in there, and that's actually what we think was happening. But do we still call it magma and once it returns to the Earth? Or, it's a debate. But we're going to stick to calling it bacon, and we like the bacon that we've got on the screen, so that is pretty awesome, you guys. Recycled lava. Yep, that's it. Yeah, because a lot of that gas and everything that was in there has been removed or degassed somewhat. And that is a kind of a state that I always look at, is how much gas is still in there. Magma is under pressure and with lots of gas. Data sheets, dang, she's going. Yeah, it definitely continuing to do its thing, and I like that. It's, we see the flow oozing, but the flow that we are actually seeing right in front here, you can see some of those waves push out, but you see how it's kind of almost elastic-like, or plasticized, if you will, and it looks like it wants to build itself a new berm in here and close off the hole. And I'm thinking what we're seeing is some very, very hot material being pushed around by those waves, and every once in a while we get a big enough one that pushes that material right out rather than allows it to solidify in that spot to cover up the exit. And from what we're seeing, we are seeing it very, very active right now, so pretty awesome to see that. It's gone a crazy flow tonight. Yep, definitely doing its thing. And of course, with some of the other scenes, if we go to them, we can see, there is lava everywhere. And like this shot here, you can definitely see the material bouncing out of the crater, hitting the north and northeastern sides and the east side quite a bit, more on the north side, so over in this section it looks like, but as you can see, it's coming over the wall everywhere here, so pretty cool. The other ones, of course, a little further away. Let's see if no, I'm on the wrong screen. Darn it, I hate being on the wrong screens all the time, but let's see. Which one is that on now? That's not this one. I thought I changed that. Let's see if we go to this one and go select that. I still have something doubled up here that I need to fix. I'm not sure why it's doubled up, but I guess it is what it is. Okay, it is a break time, you guys, so I will leave you on this view for right now. I'll try to figure out the other views when I come back from the break. I know some people say, well, why didn't you fix it while you're on break? Well, hang on, I'm having a break. I'm not there to go. It's not a fix things up break. It's a fix me up break. So I'll be doing my thing. For those good people who are here, though, if you haven't yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop, and that'd be really awesome. Also, if you haven't subscribed to the channel and you are enjoying what you're seeing on the screen and the lovely show, please do hit that subscribe button, and don't forget about that bell notification so you know when we're on. But as of late, we've been on quite a bit. And on that friendly note, I'll be back in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. And there we go. The microphone is back on. You can tell Siggy he can unmute now. Thank you for the welcome backs there from Sue and Kevin and Mars 2028. Thank you. And I know, Siggy, it is driving you nuts. The doc is talking, or doc, what? The talking fox is back. Okay, there we got it right. Wonky donkey. You got me all confused. I was going to call you Donkey Wonky. Thanks, Claire and Joseph and Michael. Welcome. And thanks, Michael Weatherly as well. And Amelia. Awesome. My mother would boil Brussels sprouts until they turned gray. Oh my God. No wonder, Amelia. That's not how long you're supposed to cook them. They're still supposed to be green yet. And thank you, Canada's country, and thanks, Amelia. Driving you nuts, what? Like steering a wheel in your pants. What? Hey, Amelia, careful. That is a family channel. We gotta make sure we keep our steering wheels in the right place. Howdy all. Thanks, Michael Weatherly. What a show. I know sometimes you want to go with, yeah, Amelia, I understand. I was thinking one day I should do what's called the uncensored version of the show, where everything goes. I was thinking of doing that for an hour and just calling it Dr. Fox Uncut or something, or Let Loose or something, kind of silly like that, and it just, X-rated version, like a Red Skeleton or something like that. This would, no, please don't. This is a shelter from the normal world. Well, I try, Siggy. I think it'd be hilarious just for a comical uncut version kind of thing, just to zip it up. I don't know if I could keep up with that kind of thing, though. I'm typically, obviously, well, you can hear I don't do a lot of swearing. So you don't want me to get started. Okay, Lizoid, I will stay away from that. Anyway, let's get back to the volcanic stuff at hand. And while I was on break, I was actually being nosy and trying to figure out what we've got going on with our local earthquakes there in Iceland. I didn't want to see this scene, but we'll turn that one off, only to get that one. So let's turn that one off too. How about there? Okay, so in Iceland, I'm just going to talk about earthquakes here for a minute. Last 24 hours, we're seeing 73, and we're not going to go through all these. And we do see a little bit more here at Askja, up here at Herðabreit, as a few as well. Askja, nothing really special. These ones, a 0.3, 1.9 clicks down 16 minutes after midnight. 0.2, 4.5 clicks down, 22:56 is the time on that one. A 1.21 at 3.9 clicks down, 7:16 this morning, and a 1.4, 1.1 kilometer down, and that's from 22:54. The other one up here, 8.7 kilometers down. It was a 0 from 22:54. So these are a little bit shallower, and I don't know if that is a concern. We'll keep an eye on that. We did have 3 little ones out here at Bardabunga, and we have these ones back to lurking. All right, Siggy, be good and enjoy your lurking times, and that is all awesome. Anyway, this 0.7, 1.1 kilometer down from 2010, 0.6, 1.1 clicks down from 1943, and a 0.9, 1.1 kilometers down from 1943 as well. So kind of makes you wonder, those are fairly shallow as well for that area. And I don't know if there's anything brewing over there or not, but anyway, 0.9 here, 5.3 clicks down, 1740. And for him, we get over to Katla. We do see 3 quakes there. Real quick peek. I'll be back, he says. I can hear that in the Siggy voice. I'll be back. There we go. A 1.1 clicks down from 18 minutes after 1 a.m. And next one is from 1528, a 0.92. 144 meters down, likely ice movement for that one. And the same with this one, 135 meters down for this 0.55 from 1527. And we don't see anything else there. A couple over here by Hekla, 0.5, 5.2 clicks down, 2304. And next one is a 0.43, 12.9 kilometers down, very deep. For a small one, 6:19 a.m. We do still see some activity up north here. Not going to worry about that so much. I'm going to zoom in here. I'm going to ignore the rest of these here for right now. What I was interested in was here in our Fragedalfjell area. This, of course, is original Ragnar and Bob buried right beside him. That's the Siggy Fisher. And, of course, our new area of eruption is right in here. And that is, of course, Viti Hurter. And that is going on right there. We did have a small quake recently on the other side, a 0.1, 5.5 kilometers down from 1853. Going to grab these two over here, 0.86, 6.1 clicks down for that one from 7:35 or 7:36 this morning. This one is at 7:33, another 0.6, 6.3 clicks down. And this is where it gets a little more fun. This one is a 0.68, 6 kilometers down from 2:43. And then we've got this one, 5:09 a.m., a 0.16, 2.3 kilometers down. Next one is a little shallower, 1.5 kilometers down. And those are both right in line with the Fisher, 7:57 a.m. for that 0.03, very small quake. And then we see over here at Kalir a bunch of other ones, very small, but still making a shake. 1.2 kilometers down for 0.04 from 9 a.m. Next one, 0.35, 3.2 clicks down, a little deeper from 9:31. We've got a 0.9 there, 1.7 kilometers down, sorry, a 0.09. And this is 6:48 a.m. A 0.63, 3.6 clicks down, 8:09. Then we got a 0.41, 2 kilometers down underneath Kalir. 9:11 is the time on that one. This 0.33 is 1.6 kilometers down from 10:34. 0.66 back there, 2.5 kilometers down, 9:25. And going up on the hill here, we see 2 kilometers down, a 0.49 at 9:38. So one more to go, and that is 2.2 clicks down, 0.59. We had a 0.49 and a 0.59, and 9:37 on this one, a minute apart, or a little bit more than that. So a little bit of shaking under Kalir. These other ones are deeper again. 4.2 clicks down for that 0.09, and the 0.18, 3.7 kilometers down from 9:23. So some rising of material there, perhaps. I don't know. I am just kind of keeping an eye on things, and it's very interesting. We did have a few quakes out here right at the tip of the peninsula too, but I'm not going to bother going through those. Just really nothing too crazy going on there. Some of them are 5 to 6 kilometers deep. There's a couple that are a little shallower. So we're going to leave that be, not worry about it. But that, of course, the Reykjanes Peninsula, there's your capital city of Reykjavik. And if we go down here, there's Keflavik Airport, Grindavik down here. And of course, the Blue Lagoon is right here. And we'll zoom in a little bit. There you go. Blue Lagoon power plant, the hotel Yvonne is staying at. And I had to throw that in there. Anyway, Grindavik, if you're going down to visit the volcano, you would come down that road. And then you get over here. Here's a parking lot right there. And of course, you pay your toll and you can use the trails there. Here's the second parking lot that they're showing, P2. I guess they used to have 3, but that is now that one. And that is what they've used here. That would be the closest one to your eruption site. And you've got some trails that you can follow along to get to those places, especially that long one here. And I don't know about this trail going across here because that is covered in lava, so you're not getting across that trail. Ixnay on this one, okay? That is a no-go. Do not cross that trail. You're not going to get across it. It's full of hot lava, so don't do it. If you want to go see it, you can go wander around a little bit more and see it from a distance over here, or perhaps you can come up some of the other trails and go around and scoot over and have a look that way if you like. But don't go walking on the hot lava. That is not recommended. And this is, of course, by Meridalier. You can see there's the little saddle, if you will, or the low point. The lava has pushed up into that area, but it has not come out yet of Meridalier. So there it is. That is what you want to consider if you're going there. So please, if you are heading there, don't be foolish. Grandma B is here. Welcome, Grandma B. And there's someone with wisdom. Grandma B. Grandmas always have wisdom. That is the way it works. They are smart people. Back to the lava. So let's take a look there. And looking pretty awesome. If we zoom that out just a tiny bit, we can see what the whole area looks like. We are seeing multiple flows over here. This, of course, being a little bit more of a lava lake, and this is a little lower area. It's pouring out of those spots. The background area here behind this is a little higher elevation, so it's going to end up kind of funneling that lava back down to the southeastern portion, and likely will end up back in the area over here where the original lava river was coming out of that tube, right? So don't know yet, but for right now it's going to build up and continue to flow and try to find its way across. And of course you can see some of these places here where it's very white in color. Those are big drops, and the lava is flowing fairly quickly down those areas. Boxing a lava kangaroo. Oh boy, and we got kangaroos. All right, it is break time, you guys. I'm going to go take another break. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop if you can. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And I am going to continue with giving you wonderful streams as often as we can here. And of course, we've been running this pretty much 24/7 with just backing up after every 12 hours to save the video and make sure we have it in our archives for future usage. And some of the stuff is really, really cool to be able to see. So We'll definitely be making some time lapses and things like that out of some of this once we get to that point. So we have that material available for a future review, and I think it'll be pretty awesome. Anyway, hit that like button if you haven't done that. I'm going to go for that break, and here comes some music, and I keep smiling, and I'll be back. Thanks. And the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. And wow, a wonky donkey. You better get some sleep because that anchor story sounds a little fishy. And thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Mars and Wonky Donkey and Kananaskis Country and Kevin. And I think that's it for right now. All good, you guys. So awesome to have everyone on board still, and nice to be watching this lovely mesmerizing lava pour. Thanks, Michael. And yeah, glad to hear I'm doing better. Yeah, I'm better, but I'm tired. You know, when you do an 8-hour shift and you work hard and then you come home and spend 4 hours doing streaming, that adds up to 12 hours. I guess the other 12 hours I can do whatever I want with, eh? Fun. Like 8 of it is sleep. Robert Ferry is also here. Welcome, Robert. And Kevin Haynes says, thank you, Dr. Fox and the mods. Good night, all. Good night, Kevin Haynes. Rest well, my friend. And thanks for being here. All right, so what else we got going on? Well, no sense in looking at harmonic tremor charts. You guys can always bring those up on your own. They still have not replanted that sensor for Fragile due to the lava flows. And not sure where they want to put it, but I'm thinking they're going to wait till this is done. And thanks, Sue, for bringing up that link for the Rumble charts. If you guys want to look at those, you're welcome to do that. And just trying to think of what else we got here. Well, you already got the earthquakes, and we kind of went over that a little bit. And didn't hit on every one of them, but got the general idea that we are seeing some in our northern portion of the Fragile system is definitely doing something there, very shallow quakes. So we'll see how that goes. And Billy Bob Joe is here. Welcome, good to see you. Billy B. Oh, the other Billy is here too. Yeah, we got lots of Billies here, and that is okay. We don't mind that. Now, some of the screens that we were trying to show were kind of not working, so I have no idea what I'm going to end up showing here. Trying to do this without messing up too much. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to keep things simple tonight because I do need to do a bunch of other stuff coming up here. So I'm going to go through some of the volcano reports or some of the extras, and then we will get at getting the actual volcano report. So let's see where we start here with today's stuff, and we'll likely put it in here so I know what I'm doing. All right, I'm going to load some of these up, and we'll see if we can get that working. And it looks like we got 2 reports on the Reykjanes Peninsula. I will take a look at those in a minute. We're going to work on the other ones for sure beforehand here. So give me a second to set up, and we'll take a look at a couple of the other volcanoes that are around the world. So let's see if we can get over there. Okay, read the inside of your eyelids, Doc. Oh, if I look at the inside of my eyelids there, Billy Bob Joe, I will be asleep. It's tiring. Anyway, let's go and have a look at some of the other news around the world. And we'll start out with Shisheldon volcano, Aleutian Islands there in Alaska. What it says, eruption has waned gradually, alert status back to orange. That is, of course, one of those wonderful pictures that they show us. We do see some glow atop of Shishaldin, and we know that some of that snow on the top has been burned off. Team Tefra is on board. Awesome. And we are enjoying that. So, of course, a summit aglow at Shishaldin volcano suggests ongoing effusive eruption, and we do like to see that. Hopefully it will continue. Let's see what the next photo is. Multiple lava flows from Shishaldin volcano as seen from a satellite, seen from the satellite Sentinel-2 image. And that is kind of neat to see three separate distinctive long flows and two little guys here from the central crater up top. So a pretty awesome shot seeing that, and I like it. So that was from the 18th, it says. So yesterday's shot from Sentinel-2, and very nice to be able to see. Next one, of course, this is not in the right area. Okay, we do see a neat lenticular cloud here, but I'm not sure exactly what that is. It says a sunrise over a lake, Titlain with the Titlain and Tolaman volcanoes in the background. And Tom Pfeiffer is the photographer. Pretty nice and unrelated, so we'll leave that there. So the activity at the volcano has decreased gradually. Ash emissions continue at the summit event, but at a much lesser intensity than yesterday. Example, reached only a low level of 10,000 feet or 3,000 meters elevation in the south direction. Latest satellite imagery from July 18th shows multiple basalt to andesite lava flows in the north and northeast direction that overflowed the crater rim and continued to descend slowly on the flank. Overnight glow in the summit event is being detected in the AVO surveillance camera overnight, reflecting the lava emerging out of the crater. Based on the activity, the Alaskan Volcano Observatory lowered the alert level of back to the orange status. So we kind of knew that yesterday anyway, but that is it. And I still think this is a pretty neat shot to see that lava flow. So very, very cool. I think it's the first time we've seen lava in Alaska. Yeah, probably. That is a kind of a neat shot there. Tom Pfeiffer is Volcano Discovery, isn't he? He does his own show, Volcano Odyssey or something like that. I am not sure, Lucien. I don't know if he does that or not. But he certainly does take a lot of photos and some very nice ones. So we commend him on his fine work. Let's get to the next volcano, and this one is Tanaga volcano, that's what it's called, and it's in some place called the Aleutian Islands, USA. I bet you that is up in Alaska, eh? Seismic activity slowed down, alert level lowered to green, and yeah, we don't need to know much more than that. Lots of snow up on that one. I bet you there's some big salmon in this area, and maybe some crabs. Alaskan king crab. Anyway, yep, lots of snow on top of that guy, and that is pretty awesome. That's a massive explosion that was caused super sticky lava in the crater pumping up the vent. Dr. Fox, awesome. And let's see, what else we got there? Oh, what is this? One of the biggest ever found lava bombs in Germany at a village, Strom, and that's Tobias Ashore took that shot. That's pretty cool. That is a lava bomb. Yeah, stay away from that. If it blows, you'll never see the end of it. Anyway, let's leave those ones. More Tom Pfeiffer photos. Excellent shot. Thanks. And that is a Shishaldin volcano, or not Shishaldin, sorry, a Tanaga. And so basically they're saying it's slowed down. Not going to worry about it. Let's continue on. We'll go to the Reagan's Peninsula. And hey, I seen that shot before. Somebody might have seen that in one of my videos. From 4/12/30 is what they're saying. Anyway, Reagan's volcano update. A main lava outlet channel became inactive as the western crater rim collapsed, caused new lava flow directions. And yeah, it's this, because it's been so blocked up in here, in that area, that the level was much, much higher within that cone. And of course, with the continuous churning and everything that we were seeing in there when this popped, it was just awesome to see the whole thing just break apart. And that is some pretty awesome stuff. And yeah, like I said, I booked it in at 4/11/38 is the start of the breakup. So the moment of the collapse of the western crater rim, and that's a pretty cool shot. So kudos to them for getting that on there. And there, of course, it shows you the lava flow. Now this one is a day or two old. Oh, it says the 18th. I don't know if I want to believe that. This may be the 17th. We've seen the lava a little further than what it is here already. I think there's something wrong with that picture. Anyway, well, the 18th, today is the 19th. I don't know. I'm kind of a little bit worried there. Unfortunately, that picture won't get any bigger, so we can't really zoom in, but it looks like they are showing the lava hasn't gone as far as I thought it went, because we were seeing it a little bit further than that when we seen it. It was almost getting around that corner, so I think there might be a day or something not right here. We'll figure that one out later. Anyway, that is pretty awesome to see, though. And here they're showing the aftermath, new lava flow direction, and shows the old previous one, of course, through that lava tube, which has now become kind of inactive. And they're showing it here, heading out. It's kind of curving around and then coming back south. And in that shot, you can see it is a little bit higher in the background there. So that is what we've got going on with that. This one, I don't know where that is, but not related. So we'll do that. Looks like there are a whole bunch of them running down the hill here, like lava bombs coming down. Don't do that when you're on a hill. If you fall, you'll hurt yourself. We've seen that before. Okay, so that is the first Reagan's report. And we do have a second one, and that is this one. And what's it say here? Oh, this has got a flow map. This is the eruption at, what did they write in here? What is this? Litla Root? Okay, they are changing the names. Litti Hruter is the name, and the Reagan's Peninsula. And gotta love it when people make their own words up. And again, their lava flow is not very up to date. The eruption so far shows, oh, they show the date of the 18th here, and this one is nowhere near what it should be. I don't know if that makes it any bigger. Nope. Oop, let's back that up. Yeah, I'm kind of concerned about their dates and their output here with what they're showing. This is not, again, we've seen in the other photo the lava was a lot further than what this is showing here, and that piece has been covered up for a while, for a couple of days already, so they're a little old. They're saying that is from the 18th, and I think that is wrong. So maybe they're a day or 2 or 3 behind. That's seriously what I'm thinking. Anyway, they do have the other shots here, and here is the shot itself in that group that we can see. And again, it's basically the same report. Let's see what they've got here. Oh, this is a shot of the lava trails, or the trails around there. And I'm trying to see, they're not showing, yeah, this is from way back, because they're only showing a very small area of lava coverage. So hopefully they will get some better updated maps, and that would be awesome. And of course this is from the 17th. So yeah, a little bit, they're saying this is update on Tuesday the 18th. And yeah, we know it was a lot further than that. It was all the way down here already. So not sure what is going on with the speed of their updates, but a little bit behind the time, I guess, if you know, we're right on top of things. So it seems that they are a little bit laxed with what they're doing. Hopefully they'll catch up and speed up a little bit when they're looking at this. And like I say, they're showing this way too far back. We've seen it in the other shot just seconds ago here, that it's already down at this point. Anyway, let's leave those there. Let's get back to our volcano. I don't want to be rude or anything, or call them bad things, but that is kind of what we've got going on for their reporting. What I'm going to do is take a break here, and when we come back from the break, we will do our actual volcano report. How do we know if the direction of the flow has been changed in any significant way, or is it too early to say? Well, the flow right now, if you're talking about the immediate flow coming out of the volcano, out of the vent, and while we know the area over here is the southeastern area, and the lava tube was in here, obviously, and the flow in here has definitely changed. It's not coming out and going southeast right there, but we do see it going out the west side. And then of course it is still trying to make itself to lower ground down in the southeast. I'm going to make that a little bit wider so we can see where it is developing down on the bottom here. So it is butting up right onto the base of Instituto, and we are seeing some of it piling up. It will eventually work its way down the stream. You can see that hot spot there, kind of a drop, and then again some more drops in these areas as it comes downhill, and it's going to go along here and eventually end up in that river a little further down though. That's likely what we'll see, unless we see a whole bunch of piling here, but we know that it has to go down. Gravity is going to force it to go downhill, and that is kind of what we got going on. I don't think it's going to go uphill, because this area is much higher in the background. So this is kind of a captive bowl here until it fills up a little bit more, and then we'll see that flow heading back to the southeastern outflows that we seen before. And this would definitely stagnate the issues of the lava flow going into Mare d'Alir, because it's all kind of sitting here for right now, building up. And once we get enough of a build-up, we'll start to see it flow and move again. And one of the things is, if it takes too long, it's going to start solidifying some of that other lava, and it's going to be a lot harder to push that forward. So it may not push forward, it may try to push over top of it. If it's effusive, sorry, not that's the wrong word, viscous enough or flowing enough, it will try to fill up every nook and cranny that it can find, and that will consume a lot of that material as it's being pushed. So we may see this thing kind of pancaking this area for a while before we see the flow continuing back down to the southeastern areas there and trying to escape via our wonderful Mare d'Alir Valley. Or it may decide to change the direction slightly and go more to the east if it can find a steeper slope somewhere. All right, on that note, it is time for a break, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to go do that. After the break, we will go read out the volcano report, and we'll go from there and see what happens. I'm going to leave it on this shot for right now, and we'll turn the music back on for those good people who are here. If you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Play nice in the lava, and no throwing lava lumps at each other. That stuff hurts, and it's hot. I'll be back. we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue in Mars 2028 and Cananaska's country. Hey, I haven't seen Sharon Stewart in here all night. What is today? Wednesday? Is she singing? I see you peeking there, Mr. Snowman. All wonderful. And thanks. Appreciate you being here there, Mr. Snowman. Choir night. Yep, I guess it must be singing. She's practicing. Maybe one day she'll send me some audio recording of her saying, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. Or she'll change it up and call it Dr. Rebby. It'll be cool. Oh my God, so like a Valley Girl. Change the perspective, or did I actually change that? Did it change that much in the last 4 hours? Well, it had quite a change. It did do a lot of flowing, and it's doing what it's doing now. So it's awesome to see, though. I do see, if you're looking at that photo, of course, and we look around up here where the hand is, and we see that lava is starting to build up and slow down a little bit. So it's a little less active in here, and we're seeing it start to block that opening. And if it doesn't get too many waves and splashes, it may, well, I think I spoke too soon, but it may start rebuilding itself a little bit. Similar to what we were seeing here that caused that blockage to begin with and allowed the lava level within the crater to rise. That may happen over here as well. And with it having slowed down for a little while, anything that would break off and push up against it would kind of hold it in place. So lots of things to consider here with the future shape of this volcano and what it's going to do. And likely going to be interesting to see what the next 48 hours will really look like with the life of this volcano doing what it's doing. So very, very interesting. And of course those walls will eventually rebuild just like what they did with Ragnar. And we did have some massive gaping holes in the side of Ragnar at one point in time, and it filled it all in with that very effusive spatter that lands and just kind of plops down there. So, oops, we are live. Yeah, you are live. And that is pretty awesome. Anyway, it is time to go to the volcano report. So we have 5 volcanoes on Tuesday's, late Tuesday's activity, and we'll run through those real quick. We've got Suwanoshi-jima in Japan, erupted to 7,000 feet or 2,100 meters, reported at 2045. Then we've got the Sabancaya in Peru, continuous ash emissions to 23,000 feet, 7,000 meters, reported at 2130. Langilla in New Britain, Papua New Guinea, continuous ash emissions to 6,000 feet or 1,800 meters, reported at 2,200. Ulawan, New Britain, Papua New Guinea. That is one of the other ones that we haven't seen there before on the list. Eruption observed by ground observers, reported at 2,300. And the Shusheldon volcano in the Aleutian Islands, Alaska, not reported at 2345. We did see that other report. And then for Wednesday's activity, we've got 13 on the list for Wednesday. Merapi in Java, Indonesia, and that is central Java. Discrete volcanic ash to 12,000 feet, 3,700 meters, reported at 1 a.m. Mayon and Luzon Island in the Philippines erupted a volcanic ash cloud unknown height, reported at 2:45 a.m. and then eruption at 9,000 feet or 2,700 meters, reported at 15:15 their time. Fuego in Guatemala, sporadic eruptions of volcanic ash reported at 4:15 a.m. and new volcanic ash emissions to 16,000 feet or 4,900 meters reported at 14:30. Next one is Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia, and that has volcanic ash emissions to 22,000 feet, 6,700 meters reported at 4:45 a.m. and no ash emissions reported at 14:30. Ubanas in Peru, sporadic emissions to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters reported at 5:15 a.m. Puff emissions to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters at 17:15. Sheldon in Alaska, or Aleutian Islands, Alaska, separate email report, and it says 6:33 is when that came in. Remnant ash has dissipated and reported at 9:45 a.m. So it's gone a little bit quiet on us. Tanaga Island, I guess, Aleutian Islands as well. We've seen that report, 6:45 a.m. Don't need to go further into that. Ulawan and New Britain, Papua New Guinea, eruption observed by ground observers reported at 7:45 a.m. Next one is Sangay in Ecuador. Sporadic emissions of volcanic ash reported at 7:45 a.m. And then we had two reports of the Reykjanes Peninsula volcano update. Reykjanes volcano update. 7:45 was the one, and the 12:23 was the other one. Sabancaya in Peru, continuous ash emissions to 22,000 feet, 6,700 meters, reported at 9:15 a.m. And then Popocatépetl, a volcanic ash cloud to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters, reported at 1,600 today. And that is a lot of volcanic activity for today. Thank you, Sue, for getting that to me, and thank you for all of those reports. And that is very awesome as usual, and it really does help out and lets us know what's going around the world. So, wow, Popocatépetl is active again. Yes, it is continuing to be active. So nice to hear that. And let's see, what's the next thing I want to do? Well, first off, I want to kind of look at the screen for a second. I'm seeing more lava push down in the front areas here. You can see the lava as it comes down those hills and makes its way through and comes down here, and it is finding the low spots. So it's going to fill that up, and we'll likely see, once that is filled up, you'll likely see that river continue on here and push forward and move back to the lava river over here, depending on what's happening here. But we still see up at the cone, we are still seeing that big blockage back in here, and maybe that will stay in place depending on how active this is. It seems to go in cycles where it's a little less active for a while, and then all of a sudden it'll start to really push that material up again. Quite frankly, I'm happy that cone is building up on the inside, allowing for that, which makes it a lot more exciting for us to have a look at. Fell asleep watching Dr. Fox stream. I woke up with a vid on Mount St. Helens playing. I'm back to Doc's stream now. Did you all miss me? Turquoise Mama 33. Well, we didn't notice it. We were asleep, but I did hear some snoring, and I was kind of wondering who that was. Mind you, we get a lot of those. People listen to my voice and they tell me that all of a sudden, next thing they know, they are asleep, and that is the way it goes. So I can't fix that, unfortunately. Let's take a look, though, at some of the earthquakes around the world real quick. We're not going to hit on everything. We're just going to go over some of them around the world that are a fair size. So just to get a general glimpse into what is going on, and hopefully my volcano map, or sorry, my earthquake map is working. It is. Let's see. Looking at what we've got, Kamchatka is quiet. We see this one here near Rat Island, 5.0 from 1756, 117.7 kilometers down, fair size quake. The other ones here, another one 3.5 in the area, 3.7 close to Atka. We do see that swarm is still going on there near our wonderful Shasheldon, and the others there, Pavlov and so on. 3.7 for that guy. As we slide down a bit, just looking at some bigger ones, so 3.3 in Austin, Nevada. Actually, it looks like there's a couple there, some bigger ones underneath it. 4.6 in Nevada from 1:34 a.m. 3.7 kilometers down. Odd place to have it, but hey, you know, anything is possible. So that is a 4.6. That's a fair size, worthy of reporting. Looking down here at the stack, these are the ones we had. That a big 6.5. That was that yesterday, right? Yeah, 1822 yesterday. Since then, we've had a few 4.7, 4.5, 5.0. 4.0, 4.5, or sorry, 4.4s. So a bunch of them there. We don't need to go through all of them, but that gives us a general idea. We got something moving there. Down here in Panama, 3.5. That's an area I always wonder about if we wouldn't see more activity there. So that is hopefully nothing serious. You know, just a break apart here a little bit, and that would be pretty terrifying. 4.6 there in Peru from yesterday, 21-24, 60 kilometers down. And we have this one here in the jungle portions, 5.0 from 4:12 a.m., 137.6 clicks down, also in Peru. Next one down here in Chile, 4.3 from 1849. We do see one out here in the South Sandwich Islands, a new one, 5.4, and that is from 10:15 a.m., 161 clicks down. The other one was from the 13th, so it's a little bit older. We are seeing this one here, and I'm not sure what the area is here. Looks like that is still within the well, it's not the Cocos plate, it's the other one, Aztec plate, I think is what it's called. Anyway, we see a 5.2 from yesterday at 20:45, 10 kilometers down. Moving along over to New Zealand, nothing new there. We do see one out in Tonga, 4.9, 1639 or 1638 is when it happened. 218 clicks down for that one. And there's a Papua New Guinea, 4.7 from 8:29 a.m., 104 kilometers down, and Eastern Indonesia, 5.2 from 9:18 a.m., 23.4 clicks down. Nothing on Java or Sumatra. Moving over here, we see a 4.6 at, that's quite a distance from Luwak Island, but that is from 4:47 a.m., 10 kilometers down for that, and a 5.0 at Tobelo, Indonesia, or well, that's quite a distance again, 157 kilometers away from it. There's other stuff closer, so I don't know why they use those, but that's where that is, and nothing too serious. And this one here, just off of Japan, and it's a 4.4 from 7:40 a.m. 49.2 clicks down, and that is about it for there. Real quick peek. We do have one in Afghanistan, 4.9, 1:26 a.m. 215 kilometers down, and one right on the edge of the Caspian Sea. Actually, as we zoom into it, it is just up on the hills above it a little bit, or to the south, and that is in Iran, and 8:14 a.m. 4.3, very close to the Caspian. And that is about it for the quakes. We do know there's some activity in Hawaii still. We are seeing some stuff here, 3.0 out in the water. We're seeing this one, 1.7. And if we zoom in here a little bit more, we got a 3.2 down from the top of Mauna Loa. I'm not sure why that is happening. This one is close to Kilauea, 2.0. That's from 1355, 1.9 kilometers below sea level. Maybe that's going to get something moving. And this 1.6 here from 1915, 2 kilometers below sea level. I'm not going to go through all of the ones from Pahala. There's really nothing strange going on there. A bunch of them that are just ongoing forever, and they don't stop. So awesome to see that. So that is our Hawaii stuff for there right now. Let's put this back on our other flow because I don't want to miss out on the stuff that's happening down here now. Look at how that is increased in flow. So as that lava migrates down, it does increase, and it's doing exactly what I figured. It's going to fill up those low areas, and we will see it progress down along the edge. We may not be able to see it so well from this camera view if it does snug right up onto the side of Litihuter, and that would be interesting. And thank you, Sue, for bringing up the link for that map. We do have all kinds of different maps loaded, so if you guys want to bring up the Icelandic earthquake maps, we do have 3 of those. One is earthquake, just to type in the word earthquake all together. Earthquake 2 and earthquake 3. Rumble chart will bring you up the actual charts for Iceland as far as seismicity and so on. And what else we got in here? We got stuff on La Palma. We got stuff for Hawaii. We have various maps. Also, of course, the ability to bring up weather and things like that within the stream, so you can see stuff. Yellowstone is another one. Thank you, Arizona Snowman, for bringing that one up. And yeah, so we do have a load of information in there that you guys are more than welcome to get at. And I think we had what was it, the Iceland 3D map as well in there. I can't remember all of them, but if you look in the description, a lot of the stuff is in that description and tells you what you can punch in to get the information out. So awesome to see those things. Anyway, it is getting to the break time almost, and what I will do is yeah, we'll go take a break. After the break I'll come back, and we won't run this stream too long tonight. We'll just have a look around what's happening in Iceland there a little bit, or well, at this site here. I know it's starting to get a little foggy and cloudy in some areas, and I'm thinking that some of the other views may be very, very poor. This one is starting to degrade a little bit as well, with some of that cloud starting to move in. Hoping that it stays away and this will stay clear enough that we can see it just really, really nicely. So let's see what happens. Anyway, for those good folks who are still here, if you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop for us. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. And I just wanted to remind everyone, I will be resetting the stream later tonight, because what happens at 12 hours, of course, will be up way too early for me today. Grandma B is still here. Awesome, Grandma B, and glad that you're on board. Thanks for letting us know. And Grandma B has been with us for a long time. She's a long-term customer. Awesome. Button bopped. Awesome. Thanks, Trek15. And alumni. There you go. That is the best way to put that. That is excellent. Okay, you guys, I'm going to go take that break. We'll leave this scene on for right now. After I come back from the break, we'll take a look around a little bit, and then we'll wrap up the stream for today. So it's been interesting, and maybe we'll have one more look at that breakup video, which of course I have pinned up to the top of the chat. So if you haven't looked at it yet, give it a whirl, and you may be kind of going, wow. I mean, I did that wow thing last night while I was watching it, so it took me a while to edit because I kept on looking at it going, did I miss anything? Did I miss anything? And it was a pretty awesome video. Anyway, I'll be back. I definitely went, wow, okay, Valley Girl, awesome. You did a great job editing, Dr. Fox. Thanks, Grandma B. Appreciate that. And here comes some music. And hit the like buttons if you didn't do that. I'll be back. Don't go away. Thanks. we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Glad to have everyone here, and hope that you guys are enjoying this lavally view of our wonderful Rebbe volcano there in the Kobe Fissure. And of course, that is in the northern part of Philadelphia, just north of Meridalier Valley, south of Kalir volcano. And it is pretty awesome. It's right at Littihurte, and the lava is pushing up against the side of Littihurte as it is progressing back southward. And you can certainly see that on the bottom. Thank you for the welcome backs from Cananaska's country, Nassau, and Grandma B. Thank you guys. And as you probably noticed, this thing is definitely progressing down on the bottom here as we see the lava continue to flow out of it. And I did have it kind of zoomed in there a little bit. We'll do that again just to kind of have a look here. And it appears that we do have a blockage in that exit path, and it does look like it's flowing over top of it. And that is what I'm seeing, and you can see those waves splashing. Again, very, very vigorous and high levels of lava within that caldera. We probably will see this area over here as well starting to get some more lava outflow again, especially with that spatter. And you can see that spatter is going all the way 20, 30, 40 meters away from the volcano itself. So a pretty heavy duty. Yeah, surface up. Make sure you've got your asbestos suit on the right way and the proper insulation layers. Because man, that is going to hurt if you fall down. You lose your board, you're done. But yeah, pretty awesome to see this rebuilding itself slowly. And mind you, with the vigorous activity here, that could get pushed out again. And that would be not so good if you're in there with your surfboard. And mind you, if you catch it at the right moment as that pushes through, it will certainly give you a ride. Anyway, we do see it down on the forefront. We do see it moving through again. And kind of nice to see that whole system working as it is. It's hard for me to tell if it is more active at night, or if we can see it better in the dark. Well, I'm gonna actually kind of, because I wasn't watching during the day today, but I did watch it previously here during daylight hours yesterday, and during the day we did see the material in there, the lava bubbling up to a certain heights. And on occasion it was just as active during the day as it was at nighttime. But you are right though, Grandma B, there is a perspective thing here. At nighttime, of course, the glow shows up so much better, and we can see a lot of the small particles that we typically don't see. We see them glowing, but right now, in my opinion, this thing is shooting up twice as high as the height of the cone. So yeah, that's got a little bit more get up and go in it right now anyway. It does seem to cycle through levels. For a while it'll go like crazy, and then it'll calm down for a little while, and we won't see as much splashing. It's really good tonight. Yep. Definitely a variable amount of activity there. It's just churning away. And again, I'm sure it's pulsing. Like if someone could actually time out the levels of when it's low to high, you'll see that there is a variance in it, and it's probably got a time cycle to it. And I was trying to do that a couple of days ago, actually on the weekend, trying to time it out and see exactly how long it took between major times and stuff like that. And it seemed like about every 2.5 hours the cycle would be more intense. And I don't know if that was just me or just coincidence, or if that's exactly what it's actually doing. So observation, of course, being the key. You got to sit there and kind of keep an eye on it and watch it. And sometimes, well, watching it all the time is tough, right? So we can't all keep our eyes on the fries all the time. But anyway, I wanted to throw some of that in. Quick peek at our what cycle is what the last eruption I did. Well, the Michael, the last eruption in Siggy Fisher, yeah, it had cycles as well, but the one that really had definite, prominent cycles was Ragnar. And we could almost time it, to 2 or 4 or 6 minutes or whatever it was at the time. And we were pretty accurate with when that thing was erupting. So that it was nice to see that. But right now it's a little tougher in that cone. I'm sure that we, yes, that's the one, absolutely. And we will definitely see that happening here too if it goes for the long duration. We'll see cycle times. It's just right now we're not really able to recognize them yet. So give it time. It will happen. It's one of those things. So all good. Anyway, I wanted to go over and have a quick peek at the SO2 map. We're just going to peek at it. We're not going to do anything wild with it. I'm not going to go through big spiels and reports here. So let's just go have a quick look at it and see what it's doing. We see Kamchatka is now pushing up to the north. The wind directions have changed. So we are seeing some of that. And definitely from Ibiko here, pretty heavy right there. I don't know if it's because of the circulation, but that is what we've got. So Dr. Fox, maybe the same forces that drove the Siggy Fisher are driving this eruption, and perhaps compare the cycle times to see if there was any similarity. The ones from the Siggy Fisher, we really didn't get the greatest of cycle times on it. We did on Ragnar though, and that was very prominent. Anyway, I'm still seeing a lot of SO2 here, and I'm wondering if that is, well, looks like it's drifted over a bit, but if that was the stuff from Sheldon, and it definitely has impacted the Pacific as well as up into the Arctic Ocean, and getting all the way across Alaska. So pretty interesting. We do see here we have higher levels around Seattle and this whole area, and that kind of makes me wonder, is that some of the remnant stuff that is coming off of this plume here and getting into those areas. We do know though that this area is also heavy in forest fires and very hot in some places. So that's something to consider. 28 in Spokane, 30 in Portland, 24 in Seattle, Vancouver, 24 degrees. Vernon, BC, 27, that kind of thing. So when we're looking at that, it gives us a pretty good idea. We are seeing that whatever smoke and everything else, that is still migrating into the eastern side of the continent. And I'm sure in South Dakota, Iowa, those places, Wisconsin, they are likely seeing some higher levels of haze in the air, perhaps even some of that smoke itself, right? Looking at Mexico, we know Popocatépetl still doing its thing, and still no rain to dissipate this stuff. And we will carry on there. Looking at Central America, we see a lot of that is just being pushed out into the Pacific region. Looking at what we've got coming off Chile, not as bad from Sabancaya. Still see a lot of SO2 in Brazil, and hopefully they'll get some rain, get rid of that. Chilean areas still doing their thing. We are still seeing the plumes out here from Easter Island region, and that is very interesting. And I'm wondering if these are remnant plumes. We know that we have a white, not White Isle volcano, the other one. There it is, a microvolcano doing its thing, but it's way down here in comparison to where these guys are. So I don't believe that that's from there. And we see some odd patterns here in the Pacific as well. And we know some of this stuff that was blowing across Australia has dissipated and gone down here south of New Zealand. And of course we are seeing more developing here. Not sure where that's actually from. We'll leave it alone. White Isle volcano for that guy. The stuff for the refineries and near Melbourne going down. The coking plants there in Sydney, Australia doing their thing. Tofua out here in Tonga doing its thing. And you'd have Yasur, Eobakawa, and then of course our friendly guys there in Papua New Guinea. And of course Luotalok, and then we'd be Semeru, Merapi in the middle, and of course Jakarta. And when we look here, we can see a Krakatau as well. But a lot of that is from Jakarta. And looks like a lot of the areas there for Sumatra are covered in SO2. All of Java seems to be covered as well. Ibu and Dakono are still doing their thing, and looks like Mayon and Bulasan doing what they need to. Looks like heavier levels right around the lake, and this is a Taal volcano, and it may be producing more SO2 now. I haven't seen. This one, I'm not sure where that is from, this plume. It's interesting though, and I have to wonder, is there more volcanic activity that we don't know of? And where did that come from? Did it come from these islands out here? Or is that some other system? Taiwan's still looking bad, and then of course Suwanoshijima, Sakurajima, Aso right in here, and then of course sliding up, looking at what we see. Tokyo is here, this heavier plume, that is from Asama, and that kind of gives you a pretty good view of the SO2. Looking at what we got here, South Africa still doing its thing, and they've got a really long plume almost out to Heard Island down there. So wow, that is quite lengthy. And Democratic Republic of the Congo, a couple of those volcanoes are going, as well as some coking plants. Urta Ale not visible. These darker red areas are the oil refineries from Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, and Iran. Looks like Iran has got a different circulation in here. They're probably getting a little bit of rain over there. Looking at some of the other areas, Piggy's area has got some SO2 sitting on top of her. I hope that dissipates a little bit. And this, of course, from Etna and Stromboli, maybe even a little bit of gas from Volcano for that little plume, and that's going all the way into Algiers. And looking at the other one here, Iceland, we are not seeing anything major coming from that. So Iceland is still relatively low as far as SO2 output, and it would be more localized. Now, I do have to emphasize, even though we've been watching this volcano grow and doing its thing, it really is small potatoes when we get into the size of physical volcanoes. And again, we are fortunate, I think, in the sense that this is more of a tourist eruption, once again, in comparison to some of those nasty ones that we get elsewhere. And of course, where it is right now and the direction of lava flow, the infrastructure is basically at a very little risk, minimal risk is what I refer to it as, and that is very, very cool. Tom, True Love, you're late. I'd send you to Piggy's office with your note, but Piggy is already asleep. And there we go. Awesome stuff. So, SO2 South Pacific, yeah, you've seen that there, Michael. Hopefully that is all good. Anyway, it's really nice to see this. You know, it's unfortunate that we had a death there on Siggy's land, and the fellow that passed away. Just to reassure everyone from what we've heard here tonight, it is unrelated to the volcanic activity. So the fellow was 60 or so, and sorry, gotta clear my throat. Hang on. Okay, that's better. Yeah, that the fellow that passed, he was 60 and thereabouts, and ended up having some other conditions. So we don't have to worry that it is a volcanic related issue. He was headed down there to go see it, though, and that would have been nice had he been able to see the volcano prior to him passing. That would have been one true thing that was probably on a guy's bucket list, and didn't quite make it there, or maybe he did and he was coming back. I don't know what the circumstances were, but it is what it is. The excitement gave him a good wish. Yeah, and it's always hard when we speak of people passing because of certain things and whatever, but if you have that dream to be able to go somewhere and you can afford to do it, give it a whirl. Don't cut yourself short, because life is short. Anyway, I'm going to wrap up the stream for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. And I want to say a big thank you to all of you for being here. And I certainly hope that you all enjoyed the stream. Again, if you want to watch, I was talking about showing that other video again of the collapse, but I will let you guys have a peruse yourselves. It is pinned up on the top of the live chat, that blue box. So if you want to have a look at that, I did go peek, and I see it is over 4,000 views of that so far. So it's really taken off, and that is really, really cool. So I think I will leave that be, and of course I will be resetting this stream later tonight, so I don't have to deal with it at 5 a.m. I can deal with it at 6:30. So we'll do that later, and we'll see what we can do for having that on there for tomorrow again. And of course, we'll try to do our streams as we get the opportunity. And of course, sometimes work does get in the way. Sometimes I'm a little further away than or end up with a bad traffic or something like that. So I appreciate you guys all hanging in there and sticking around. And I'm kind of happy I left it on this view all day long. So that was pretty cool too. On those friendly notes, though, it is a time to say goodnight. So be good and be kind. Take care of yourselves. And we will see everyone tomorrow. And I only want to add one thing. Please, please tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and you've been watching VolcanoX live stream. The stream will continue, and we'll let you know in a couple of hours when we're going to switch it over to the next one. So keep watching if you like, and you're all welcome to do that. And we'll throw some music back on, and I will be off of here. Gonna go get some dinner, gotta zip to the store, all kinds of things on my list to do again. So take care, everyone, and have a great evening, or a great morning, or a great day, depending on where you are around the world. And only one thing left to add. Oink, oink. Good night, everyone.